Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Ashalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And we welcome all of the viewers who are tuned in across the world.
Today, we are deeply
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Today, we are deeply shocked and alarmed at the latest developments of the ongoing attacks in the Kashi Sarvajñapitha, the temple monastery complex located in the oldest city, not only in India but the world, Varanasi. The fact that violent and brutal attacks are going on in Varanasi, in the spiritual hub of Hinduism. It is a blaring alarm for all of us. While there is so much is going on in the world, economic collapse, worldwide famine, social unrest, all against the backdrop of the coronavirus pandemic, when has locked us all in our homes, isolated from one another. But this attack stands out amongst everything as the heartbreaking, sorrowful cry of Veda Mata, of the abuse that the goddess of knowledge has undergone. If she herself is vulnerable to attacks and abused, then what is the state of the rest of the whole humanity? In the United States, the huge protests are forming out of every major city after the murder of a black American citizen, George Floyd, in police custody, in the open public, at the every least thousands of people from every background took to the streets for peaceful protest, no longer willing to tolerate the racist police enforcement after thousands of cases of police brutally. For the first time, the media and the American citizens both finally agreed on one thing: racism cannot exist in institutional policies and police enforcement because it is endangering and ruining the life of a largest ethnic minority. When will India wake up to the same reality? Hindu sadhus are being blatantly murdered in the public. They are being handed over to the mob by the police. And the India media is absolutely silent about it. Why have we become so blind to the brutalities of police against Hindu temples, Hindu people, and especially Hindu sadhus? The Palghar mob lynching was the first alarming and heartbreaking wake-up call. Within 2 weeks, a Mahant of another Matha was murdered in the middle of the night. Now this. At 1 a.m. today morning, the Kashi Sarvajna Pitha was reduced to crumbles by Vishal Singh along with the police. High Court orders to protect the rightful ownership of the Kashi Sarvajna Pitha are being outrightly disregarded. 3 residential monks who declared their life to protect the Kashi Sarvajna Pitha are now feared to have been lynched, while a 4th is held hostage at another location. The 3 Hindu monks were brutally beaten by police and mob members. Today, we will understand the full timeline of Kashi Sarvajna Pitha. For the last 6 months, Swamiji has intensified the amount he is contributing to the world. He is literally manifesting the beings of Paramashiva and ensuring that we all are having superconscious breakthrough. With 6 batches of Paramashivoham level 2, 2.5 million minutes recorded for minutes of peace, to heal coronavirus, Kailash courtyard sessions, to manifest Shaktis, daily Bhava Samadhi darshans, and Satsangs on Sarvajnanottara Agama. Swamiji has literally made for each and every one of us, and persecution which had happened 6 months back has become irrelevant to our experience. 6 months back, we were all witness a huge onslaught of attack conspired by the media, the corrupt elements of police. Yogini Sarvajna Peetham established by His Divine Holiness at Ahmedabad. Gujarat was a powerful ecosystem aimed at empowering and enlightening every woman sannyasi to enrich and enlighten the people of Gujarat and the world. Initiated disciples, with the grace of His Divine Holiness, achieved milestones that were unheard of: retrieval of vision of the blind, improved hearing in deaf children, spiritual healing for physical and psychological problems, manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis by school students after receiving one initiation from His Divine Holiness through Nayana Diksha. With every progressing day, the yoginis of Yogini Sarvajñapita were tirelessly reaching out the signs of enlightenment, living to each and every individual in need. And one night, on November 2nd, 2019, a gang of anti-Hindus, anti-Guru mafia, backed supported by police, break in on the in the Sarvajñapita on the Adinam campus. The anti-Hindu conspirator Janardhan, cunningly playing a victim, claimed that His Divine Holiness had held his children hostage. In late September, the fraudulent activity of an anti-Hindu implant, Janardhan Sharma, showing hundreds of thousands of dollars of loss with no trace, proving himself to be a cunning fox, a culinary. In order to protect him from criminal charges, this culinary filed entirely false legal cases of kidnapping against two administrators of Yogini Sarvajñapita in Gujarat. Culinary had paid and conspired with criminally corrupt element of the police and CWC and several violent gang members to raid an entirely female Adinam in the middle of the night and loot the property and rape the female Hindu monks. If the mob was not let into the female Adinam, they were all threatened with arrest. The Commission for Women and Children showed up in the middle of the night to hold corrupt, traumatic interrogations against Gurukul children. Several parents and children are today pursuing legal actions against the police officers for showing pornographic content to children and coercing them to file false suits against Swamiji. However, still no justice has been served for case against children with hard evidence of the crime. Instead, two administrators were illegally and arbitrarily arrested and entirely false cases alleging them of kidnapping two minors in the Adinam. Where was the hard evidence of this? Absolutely zero. The Yogini Sarvajñapita was illegally destroyed, construction dismantled, leaving 100 female monks without a place, seeking refuge on the streets. Two female monks spent 80 days in illegal imprisonment and even now are released from jail on a strict bail conditions which alienates them from the wild world, making it extremely difficult to survive. Continuous coverage of the false news, hate speech, and poisonous defamation aired on the media about KAILASA, Swamiji, an entirely false narrative of the Yogini Sarvajñapita. Media protected as if there was tantric activity going on in YSJP, which is a Hindu female monastery dedicated to empowering women with teachings of Hinduism from all over the world. The attacks died down towards the end of February when the two female monks were released from prison on bail. But was there any coverage in the media for their release? Absolutely none. Did this stop Swamiji in any way, shape or form from continuing his purpose and mission in the world? No, after the attack, his energy and dedication for making superconscious breakthrough happen for the world only intensified. This is what has baffled the anti-Hindus, and despite their greatest efforts, Swamiji's contribution to the world only intensifies. The Kashi Savajñapita was the next target. They indeed to pillage the property, destroy religious sentiments of the millions of devotees all over the world who connect to Kashi Savajñapita as the very place where Swamiji had a profound experience of going beyond death itself and perpetuated the ongoing attacks against Hindus at the epicenter of Hinduism in Varanasi itself.
Varanasi, Anandavana, the place of Annapurani. Only yesterday I realized the power of Annapurani's energy field. Please understand, it's not only she gives food, the moment you enter this space, your metabolism just goes up. That is the power of the Annapurna's energy field. Just yesterday night I discovered it. Why I feel so blissful? See, the bliss of enlightenment is always there. Why I feel so blissful when I enter Varanasi? I was just looking. Why I feel so healthy the moment I enter the energy field of Varanasi? Because the metabolism goes so high. Literally the body is digesting the air itself. The very air is digested by the body. Body is enjoying the very breath or the energy field of this Anandavana, Varanasi. This place is an ecstasy for people who seek the higher purpose of life. See, the highest purpose is enlightenment, no doubt. But even if somebody is seeking little higher than what they are seeking, even if they are seeking for health, they want complete health, then little higher than what they are seeking. They were looking for wealth, now they are looking for more wealth. That is little higher than what they are seeking. See, highest is enlightenment. But even if you are seeking little higher than what you have in your life, this place does the job. It's really, really, really Anandavana. Even Saraswati in my tongue feels, wow, how can I describe Varanasi? This is most fascinating city. If you understand the chaos and the order and all, this is the most fascinating city. If you don't understand and resist, most frustrating city. This city is like me, always in extreme. If you understand the order, most fascinating. If you resist, most frustrating. I can say this city is literally DNA of Hinduism. It's DNA of Hinduism. That's the only word I can use. One nice thing in this city, nothing is in our control. That is the beauty you need to enjoy in this city. Nothing. Not only weather or temperature, those natural things, things related to nature, even most common things like you want to go somewhere, or you have your plans to do something, nothing is in your control. You can never be an organized person in Varanasi. You have to taste the flow of life in Varanasi. Everything will be there. Suddenly nothing will be there. Nothing will be there. Suddenly everything will be there. If you don't understand what I am saying, wait, in next few days you will understand. Really, literally controlled by Mahadeva, the place where he dances, celebrates his own existence, and what not. Land of Vishwanatha, protected by, maintained by.
Nithyanandam. Now we'll see the history and significance of Kashi. The Kashi is the oldest city in the world, having been created by Paramashiva himself when he moved down from Kailash to be more accessible to the people of the world. When Daksha was beheaded in the Himalayas, humans had no leader, no king who could guide them. And hence, at that time, Paramashiva himself came and settled in Kashi with his entourage, thus establishing an enlightened civilization. Kashi, also called as Varanasi, is the midpoint of the Ganga as she flows down from the source in Kailash through Haridwar and to merge back into the ocean of consciousness into the Bay of Bengal. It is the place where Ganga flowing down from the Himalayas, from the tresses of Lord Shiva, even physically turns back towards its source as Uttara Vahini Ganga, as a respect to Paramashiva. Kashi is one of the 7 mokshapuris, or kshetras, or enlightenment ecosystems, which provide liberation for everyone. One who is graced to die within the boundaries of Kashi attains liberation from the cycle of birth and death through the grace of Paramashiva, who personally liberates every soul whose body is burnt in the Manikarnika Ghat by chanting the Taraka mantra. Now, the Manikarnika Ghat in Varanasi is the seat of Kashi Sarvajna Pita. Is where our beloved Swamiji, Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, experienced his oneness with Vishwanatha, which he describes. Now let us see in his own words the Swamiji's death experience in his own words. Let's listen.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The holy city for Hindus, largest floating populated city, floating population. 300,000 people per day enter and go out. Such huge floating population per day average. That is the amazing thing. And per day 300 people are burned in one place. 300 dead bodies are burnt in one place. Manikarnika Ghat, they call it Manikarnika Ghat, where traditionally it is believed if you leave the body, or if somebody dies in that area, or if somebody's body is burnt in that area, they will be liberated. They will have direct enlightenment. Not only it is traditional belief, Ramakrishna confirms it from his own experience. He says that I saw very clearly Shiva, Mahadeva himself going near every pyre and taking that soul, unclutching it from the body mind and liberating. He says, I saw it with my own experience. So, you can't say it's a mythological belief. It's a solid experience. I had the fortune of going to that Ghat. Understand, traditionally, not only it is believed, it is true, for last 2000 years, the fire has never been put off. Whether it rains or shines, flood or whatever it is, they will not bring fire when they come to the Manikarnika Ghat with a dead body. From the fire will be taken and lit. It's a Akanda Smashana, means unbroken fire. Means day and night bodies will be getting supplied. I saw sometime they do bunker cart system, 2-3 bodies at a time. Because so much bodies are coming, I don't know from where people are dying so much. Because if you sit half an hour, something like 200 bodies comes. And especially in the evenings, because from around the place whoever dies, they will start walking from their place carrying the body.
Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, that is the mantra they will chant and walk. By the time it becomes evening, they will reach the Manikarnika. Totally per day average 300 bodies are burnt. Only in the evening 200 bodies will be there. Because evening only they will all reach the Manikarnika. Whatever is said and done, I cannot describe experience verbally. Only you have to see there to have that experience. To tell you honestly, the fear of death just disappeared. When you see so many bodies, arey, what is there? Like this only I am also going to go. Okay. You feel there is so many people giving company. You don't feel lonely about death. You feel it's like one more trip. Arey, so many people are there. Chala, it's okay. And this is what is going to happen. See, if you see one body being burnt rarely once in a while, you will have that fear. There you will see. Unimaginable. And no ritual, nothing. They will bring the body. Straight they will dip in the Ganga. 3 times. Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai. Over. Means Rama's name is the ultimate truth. Rama's name is the only eternal truth. Rama's name is the only eternal truth. They will remember this 3 times, put the body into the water, just bring it out and keep. By the time the fire will be ready, the wood will be arranged, ready. Actually they continuously keep on arranging. Even if bodies are not coming, they are keeping on continuously arranging. I ask them, why do you guys arrange continuously? You don't know, Swamiji, in half an hour 200 will come. They have accounts as if they know for sure. And the bodies come and it's arranged. They give like a token based on the entry. The moment body enters, they will give the token. And another funny thing, no relatives stay there and do any ritual. The moment they do the Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, dip 3 times to the Ganga and throw the body there and go away, that's all. Because the people who are there, the maintaining, they will take care. And you don't know how long it will take the body which you brought, your friend or relative's body, to be put in the fire. It's in the queue system. Continuously it's going on. All I did, let me try to sit here and see what goes on. And I sat. Just in half an hour, 1 hour, the death is no more a strange incident which happens once in a while for some relative or friend. It became like a, okay, next, that's all. Next, that's all. All size, all gender, all age, all kinds, all color, all community, all religion also. Anyhow, these guys are seekers. So even they bring the bodies. Even their bodies are brought. All kinds. When continuously you see this happening, you actually lose respect for death. Now you have too much respect, too much of ideas about it. Array, it is nothing. The breath which went inside did not come out, that's all. And chalo, the people who are sitting waiting for the property are enjoying, over. That's all. What is there? And nothing much. Neither anything can be done about it, nor anything can be repented. Now, what is there? Over. Neither you can fast forward, nor you can rewind. Over. And when I saw that bodies being burnt continuously, initially the little fear which was there disappeared. And slowly, not only fear, it became interest. I started going near and started helping them. Helping them. Then, slowly I started thinking, after all, this body is also going to become like this. Yes, over. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect which you carry for your ego will come down. Because whatever you think should not leave you is ego. When you know for sure everything is going to leave you, then the respect for ego just drastically drops. And especially, I'm a kind of a too sharp, straightforward guy. So straight away the respect for ego dropped. Then I decided, after all I'm going to die. Either I should have a death experience now itself and live without the death fear, or die and see. That's all. But I have to see the death. There is
In the same Manikarnika Ghat, Swamiji decided that he has to see the death happening to himself, one way or the other. So there was a small Shiva temple around the corner and a small tower above the temple. So he went and sat in the tower so that nobody would disturb him. He sat in the tower, and from there he started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. So Swamiji still remembers a strong click, the deep understanding, an instant realization that triggered the whole experience that happened after his death experience. He experienced that experience for 2.5 days. And there was an elderly lady, body was being burnt, and she had a big belly. Her clothes were being consumed by the fire, and then the fat was in the belly started melting and flowing. Swamiji could see clearly that because of the fat flowing, the fire was burning with even more intensely. That gave a very strong click to Swamiji. And Swamiji said, God, yes, the very same thing is going to happen to this body also. That click opened up a deep fear of death inside Swamiji. The fear spread all over the body, but Swamiji faced the fear consciously. Swamiji could see very clearly the fear of spreading all over the body, and when the fear hit the awareness, that became the experience of death. Swamiji went through a conscious experience of his own death and came out of it. The same Manikarnika God, he went through the conscious death experience and came out of it. So what we need to understand is whatever our fear is suppressed, it stays inside of us. Swamiji says, whenever the fear comes out, you are not consciously facing it. It became a fear stroke and shakes the whole nervous system and breaks it down. When the fear is faced consciously, it becomes a death experience. That's all. If you just experience from death fear, when a deep fear happens, it becomes death. That's what we all go through. But Swamiji says, when you face the deep fear consciously, it becomes a death experience. Death fear plus unconsciousness is suppression or perversion. Death fear plus unconsciousness, where you don't suppress but you don't face it, either is a fear stroke or a nervous breakdown because you just get frightened and shaken. Death fear plus conscious awareness is a death experience.
Yes.
Now?
Madayamai Swami,
Yes.
I also wanted to add just here,
Sure.
all of the viewers should know that it is in this very spot, in this very place, that Swamiji had this divine experience, a historical happening that yesterday a huge atrocity happened against Hindus and against the religious sentiments of devotees across the world. It is in this very spot where Swamiji had this death experience that in 2008, which Madayami Swami is witness to as well, the Kashi Sarvajñapita was inaugurated, and yesterday at 1 o'clock in the morning, anti-Hindu gang had illegally demolished the Kashi Sarvajñapita. And not only that, today, only 16 hours later, we're hearing the news that the monks who were there, who declared that they would die before they leave the Kashi Sarvajñapita and before they let the Kashi Sarvajñapita be demolished, they were arrested yesterday. And the only thing we know is that suddenly they had gone missing, suddenly they were no longer alive, and they had been just peacefully sitting, refusing to move, but they were beaten brutally by the anti-Hindu gang and so many corrupt officials. In this very place where Swamiji had this experience, you have to understand that to all of us, the experience that Swamiji had is the very initiation. It is so sacred to all of us. But yesterday, such a heartbreaking thing had happened, and we're not yet seeing the end of the developments of the horrific incidents that are happening in the Kashi Sarvajñapita. From what Madayami Swami had shared, the death experience was, the conscious death experience was a possibility for humankind to understand, to develop, to evolve into superhumans. What Swamiji had experienced, had done the Tyaga at the mere age of less than 20 years old. At that time, what he had sat and did the Tyaga of being and experiencing this death experience was for all of us to have the same thing. For all of us to experience that very same conscious awakening. Hindus across the world must realize that it is that possibility that they are attacking. That possibility that they are literally demolishing in front of our eyes. Madayame Swami, I think it's really important for the viewers to all understand from your experience as well how this Manikarnika Sevashram, the trust that was there, the building that was there, had been donated, how the previous owner, the trustee of this land and the building there, was actually given with utmost devotion and love to Swamiji. Can you please share
Yes.
that whole experience and that whole divine historical happening that happened in 2008? Thank you, Mom.
Yes. So I would like to explain about Manikarnika Sevasam Sanstha, which they donated to Swamiji and coronated the Kashi Sarvajna Pita as a Pitadishwar, and which I witnessed personally. So let's little bit understand about this Manikarnika Sevasam Samstha. The Kashi Sarvajna Pita was offered to Swamiji by Sri Leeladhar Swarup, the previous Pitadishwar of Kashi Sarvajna Pita in 2008. I am a personal witness to that ceremonious occasion when Sri Leeladhar Swarup has performed the rituals and formally handed over the Sarvajna Pita to Swamiji. The Manikarnika Seva Samstha in Kashi is located at Manikarnika Ghat, which was brought under the Manikarnika Sevasam Samstha, Kashi, by Sri Leeladhar Swarup, who constructed the whole building. Sri Leeladhar Swarup, he also known as Mahakalananda, the Pitadishwar of Kashi Sarvajna Pita, was a brahmachari, a celibate monk, who had a spiritual intuition that in future the ultimate embodiment of superconsciousness of Paramashiva would incarnate on this planet in Tiruvannamalai, a town in southern India, and be known to the world by the name of Nithyananda, who would revive Hinduism worldwide, and that he should be the inheritor of Sri Leeladhar Swarup and his contributions. Sri Leeladhar Swarup, cognizing the possibility that he may not live to see the happening of Swamiji, made a will stating that he did not want any controversy after his lifetime, that the ownership of the Manikarnika Ghat building and divested it with Manikarnika Sevasam Samstha, Kashi, with the condition that Pita should be handed over to Sri Nithyananda. And then trustee of Manikarnika Sevasam Samstha, Radhesham Kemkha, as per the wishes of Sri Leeladhar Swarup, appointed His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, also known at that time as Sri Nithyananda Swami, as Pitadishwar on 16th June 2008 in a grand public ceremony, and appointed his disciples as trustees to manage the affairs of the Kashi Sarvajna Pita. Sri Leeladhar Swarup, alias Mahakalananda, who was as a Pitadishwar, used to manage the Mahakala temple before his demise. He appointed the Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada, Sri Sukadevanandaji, His Divine Holiness, Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamigal of Sri KAILASA Ashrama Mahasamstha, and His Holiness Acharya Sri Vishwadevanandaji, Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, as the guardian of Pitadishwars and custodian of the Kashi Sarvajna Pita. And the monastery of Manikarnika Sevasam Samstha also appointed Kemkaji as a trustee with the condition that they hand over the Pita to the future incarnation of Paramashiva Nithyananda. Subsequently, as per the last wish of Leeladhar Swarup alias Mahakalananda, Atal Akhada Mahamandaleshwar Mahant Sukadevanandji, His Holiness Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamigal of Sri Kailash Ashrama Mahasamsthana, and His Holiness Acharya Sri Vishwadevanandji, Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, handed over the Kashi Sarvagya Pita to His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Guru Parampara thus continued running the Pita located at Manikarnika Ghat, building number CK10/40A. The Kashi Sarvagya Pita also has the spiritual significance that His Divine Holiness had his conscious enlightenment experience at the Manikarnika Ghat near the Mahakal temple. We just spoken about it. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam got his first enlightenment experience of the cosmic oneness or Advaita at the age of 12 at Pavalakunda, Tiruvannamalai, and conscious death experience at the Manikarnika Ghat near Mahakal Mandir. Manikarnika Ghat holds the uniqueness of having the funeral pyre continuously burning 24/7 for over 2000 years in the sacred temple city of Varanasi. The Kashi Sarvagya Pita will continue to be maintained and run by Kashi Sarvagya Pitadishwar, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and people appointed by His Divine Holiness.
At least this vision for the Kashi Sarvagya Pita is how His Divine Holiness had started with the immense vision for the Kashi Sarvagya Pita to serve humanity with the superconscious breakthrough, with the ultimate experience which he had in this very spot, the ultimate conscious death experience, helping us understand and break through one of the greatest, deeply rooted sufferings that we all face. That was the destiny, the fate, and the vision for the Kashi Sarvagya Pita. What you have seen are these historical pictures from the Kashi Sarvagya Pita on its inauguration day, when a sweet ceremony by Sri Leeladhar, the Brahmachari Mahakalananda, had offered to Swamiji the Kashi Sarvagya Pita, this building near the Manikarnika Ghat, and at the very location that Swamiji had the conscious death experience. And whether you understand it, this very place, which brings a smile on Swamiji's face so deeply because of its huge sentiment that it carries, this very place which Swamiji had the vision and gave birth to the vision of reviving this entire science of going beyond death and serving millions in humanity with this contribution, it is 50% destroyed by anti-Hindu gang and terrorists. This is the only thing that we can say. These people are no longer a gang of people. They're no longer corrupt officials. They're no longer any kind of small word we can put for it. They're terrorists Who else can go and destroy a place like this, wish for the destruction of such a sacred place? Who else can just be so happy, so casual about the destruction of an ancient heritage, of a place which has so much of sacred religious sentiment for billions on planet Earth? Swamiji has devoted since 2008 so much of time, energy in order to deliver to the world, in order to give to the world this very experience that he had, the conscious death experience, through different inner awakening programs, through different yatras that Swamiji has taken so many thousands of people to Varanasi and literally shown them this very place, guided them through the experience that he had, and broke all of the different binding cognitions that they may have had. He organized and led yatras with 500 people at a time going to Varanasi, as you are seeing. And by leading people to this very spot where he experienced the conscious death and helping them understand the experience that he had, how to break those binding cognitions and liberate them, he initiated each and every one into the ultimate experience of going beyond death. Thousands of people have experienced visiting, going on these yatras, and as well doing the 21-day program Inner Awakening in Kashi, in Varanasi, and being able to witness for themselves the ultimate Hindu epicenter, which is Kashi, and the place where Swamiji had that death experience himself, the Manikarnika Ghat, as we are seeing hundreds of people lined up in order to witness, in order to see the very spot, the place where Swamiji had that divine experience, and today, because of this, is transmitting it to hundreds. You are seeing the Inner Awakening program, where every year, for at least 5 years, 2 Inner Awakening programs will take place in the great spiritual hub of Varanasi. These programs attracted 1,000 people every single year just to come to Varanasi, to sit at the feet of Swamiji and be initiated into the experience of oneness with Paramashiva that he had, that he promised, and he is delivering successfully to the entire humanity. The experience of going beyond the fear of death. And not only this, there are hundreds of testimonials. People who stand to say how Swamiji has given them an ultimate breakthrough, a super conscious breakthrough in the very kshetra of Varanasi, the place where Swamiji dedicated so much of time, so much of hard work in order to revive, in order to give super conscious breakthrough to humanity. If you need to see it for yourselves, there are hundreds of testimonials of people's experience going beyond death after Swamiji's initiation and experiencing innate superhuman capabilities. This is just a glimpse of those testimonials.
My name is Sławek. I live in Warsaw, the capital of Poland. This is my son Karthik. I'm so grateful to Swami for what he's done for him.
Nithyananda Pragya from Mill Valley, Vitavan Coal, California, USA.
Nithyanandam, everybody. Happy to share this 20 days experience with you all.
My name's Nithyananda Pratika. I'm from Los Angeles area in California in the USA.
No matter how much me or my husband or my folks at home would have tried to put the right understandings about life and death and all these things, we could have never done it the way Swami did it in these 21 days for him.
Liveliness of this Atma Lingam is very much seen in the Lingam as well as in us. It is immediate multi-speciality hospital which we are carrying.
Honestly, I would have to say almost every moment has been the best. It's every second is giving a bigger and bigger clips, deeper clicks, and in terms of experiences, without a doubt, yesterday the death process was probably one of the most powerful experiences I've ever had.
And I'm going to focus mainly on third eye and my experience with it. But a huge click happened for me because I realized initially I was like trying to see. It's like, oh, I have to try to see. But then what I realized is like, no, the third eye is opened. It already sees it. And the only thing that's kind of keeping that from coming to my awareness is, like I said, is the SDHD or the thought flow that's happening. So the process that Swamiji used leading us to the initiation of doing the completions and also doing the practices, that drops down any block. Like the sun is like the third eye, and the thoughts are the like clouds coming in front of it. But the sun's always there once he's awakened it. We can see it. And as I kept going in the process, it became clearer and clearer and clearer to me that here's where it is. One of the beautiful benefits is that it's so joyful.
So he used the right thing, these special powers, because that's what, Karthik is very attracted to. So this third eye was very, attractive to him. So he came and Swami has given him everything, and that too in the land of Varanasi. Really, I was not expecting to come along with him. Only he was supposed to come. But suddenly, one fine day, my husband just sends me an SMS saying, I've registered you for IA. Then I was just so shocked. I said, how come, only Karthik is going, I'm not going to go. He said, no, I'm going to book your tickets also because ticket prices are also going up, so you just go. I was a little shocked because my husband, he is connected to Swami, but I really didn't expect him. So I didn't understand the context from which he was doing this. Then he just, I understood that it was a direct intervention of Mahadeva. He wanted me to be here. He wanted me to experience Shivoham and inner awakening and the third eye awakening and much more. I'm so grateful to Swami for this.
What was the greatest experience for me in this inner awakening is the ability to be in the presence of an enlightened master and just to sit with him for so many hours, sometimes 14, 15 hours, and to just imbibe his bio-memory and to see his unbroken flow of energy, of love. And I wonder, how is it possible for him to be always so aware, always showing love and showering on us? That is just unbroken. And this is what I consider. So if anyone considers coming to Inner Awakening, you have a chance to sit with him and just, like in Upanishad, to imbibe his bio-memory, just being around.
After having the dying process in this hall, we went to the Manikarnika Ghat where we went through the burning experience, and that was so incredibly profound and powerful for me. I could literally feel so many, felt like thousands of years and incarnations just melting and dissolving away with this fire. So yesterday was probably the most powerful day so far.
Swami is doing so much of revival for the Hindu tradition. In this inner awakening, we experience so many homas. We experience the Sri Vidya Homa, the Rudra Homa, and Kalabhairava Homa and Devi, Meenakshi's Thirukalyanam. It was so powerful. Swamiji is actually, I shouldn't say all the Hindus out there support Swami. I should say Hindus need Swami. We really need Swami for the Vedic revival. So please, wake up. Wake up from your deep slumber and just come. And we're not even asking you to support. We are asking you to come and experience the richness of the Vedic culture, the richness of the Vedic tradition. And so many siddhis, and we lived such a rich way and with so many powers and siddhis, and we were the kings of the inner world. And Swami is trying to make that happen again for us, after so many thousands of years. So let's just wake up and come and get all the jewels that Swami is waiting to give us. So
unmuted. This was just a glimpse of the testimonials of the people who benefited, who not just benefited, transformed, had a super conscious breakthrough at the divine lotus feet of Swamiji in Varanasi. Varanasi is so powerful, and so powerful that literally just being there and experiencing this inner awakening program was to give millions of people super conscious breakthrough. That was the purpose of Kashi Sarvajñapita. This was the purpose, giving millions of people this very experience, giving millions of people the experience to go beyond death, to have third eye awakening, to understand and experience for themselves that they are not human beings, that they are God, that they're literally transcending this human experience that we are all suffering with. This destruction of the anti-Hindu gang and these terrorists is not just hurting our religious sentiments. It is destroying an enlightenment incubator. It is destroying a possibility for all of us. Imagine your dreams and hopes destroyed. This is the dream, the hope, and the ambition of life itself, of consciousness itself. And we are literally destroying it, letting tractors and bulldozers walk and completely bulldoze the entire building. The Hindu monks who had taken up, who had declared on live video yesterday, starting to stream themselves live for the whole world to watch, they told and they said, they promised all of us that if they stop going live, they don't know what's going to happen. And I'm bringing this extremely horrifying news to all of you that they stopped going live yesterday. They became missing. We're not able to find them. And today morning in the news, we found out that they were arrested by the police. Just 1 month ago, we have seen how the police treats Hindu sadhus. We have seen how the police literally handed over Hindu sadhus to a mob, and it ended in their murder, their brutal murder. And I don't know how it would be, how much we would losing these initiated disciples of Swamiji, who have literally carried out his mission, taken it upon themselves to literally revive the Kashi Sarvajñapita despite all of the persecution against it. Since 2010, continuously, this Kashi Sarvajñapita has been going through one battle or another. And despite fight after fight, despite everything, we've been continuously pursuing in order to make what Swamiji had envisioned for Kashi Sarvajñapita happen. These were the people who were dedicating their lives for it. And today, we don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know if they will be able to come out of the arrest. They are still missing. We're not able to call. When we haven't even received a call from our lawyer, if this was illegal, if even they had the basic decency of a legal institution, they will at least call our lawyer and inform that they have arrested for whatever reason it is. But in the news today, this is how we find out that the 3 Hindu monks, my brother sannyasis, were arrested.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
To all of the viewers, my sincerest completion for the technical difficulties on our side. Today, the initiated sannyasis have taken up continuing the revival of Kashi Sarvajñapita with the cruelty-free animal sanctuary, the free education, free sattvic food, and daily meals that are offered at the Kashi Sarvajñapitam, honoring and adhering to the ultimate truths and teachings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, these services are offered completely free at the Kashi Sarvajna Pita. This temple monastery complex, where initiated monks, sannyasis, reside full-time and administer the functions and services of the Sarvajna Pita in order to serve humanity at large. Hindu sannyasis are today an endangered lineage from the ancient Vedic tradition, whose purpose is to protect Hindu heritage and culture, making them vulnerable to hate speech, lynching, and police brutality by anti-Hindu forces. As you are seeing, these are the very sannyasis who were attacked and arrested. Following the start of the religious mob violence of His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam in 2nd March 2010, it was just the 5th of March 2010, just 3 days after a well-orchestrated conspiracy involving a doctored, fabricated, obscene video began airing 20 to 60 hours continuously on the Indian media platforms. The caste supremacists had forced and began spreading rumors that His Divine Holiness had started taking refuge and shelter, hiding, they even said, in Varanasi. And that's why they staked out the Kashi Sarvajna Pita on 5th of March 2010, and they ransacked the building while the Hindu monks were trying to peacefully go about their morning routine. These anti-Hindu gang and mob had infiltrated, trespassed into the Kashi Sarvajna Pita. They looted the Kashi Sarvajna Pita of all of the items, the treasury that were there, the temple ritual items that were all there. They bet the sannyasis who were staying there, and they burned Swamiji's photographs and all of the books that were there in the Jnanalaya. This was the very beginning of the Kashi Sarvajna Pita and how they had entirely started this attack in 2010. This anti-Hindu mob, it was so obvious the purpose of their attack. They were trying to find Swamiji. They were trying to find His Divine Holiness and ultimately invite more propaganda, more illegal attacks, and end in the illegal arrest of Swamiji, which we later found out was ultimately just because they had conspired, criminally planned to arrest Swamiji just in order to isolate him from those who protect him and end his mission. And more horrifyingly, they were trying to murder him. They were trying to assassinate him. And that only explains the several attempts to poison Swamiji, poison the food that he was given, and the inhumane amount of medical tests that were given, that were administered illegally without any consent on Swamiji while he was under illegal arrest. Then, at around 10 p.m., on the 23rd of April, 2010, without any prior information, the police and another huge mob attacked the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham. At this time, the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham was still in service, was still doing all of the free activities and everything, despite a huge persecution going on, despite not knowing the fate, not knowing the future of what this mission was. His Divine Holiness ensured that the services, the Annadhan, the meditation classes, Satsang, yoga, everything continues as it is. The officials of Varanasi, the Brahmin police, and the local police around the Manikarnika Ghat, as well as the district magistrate, had told that they had an order to lock the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham and throw out, literally kick out the sannyasis who were there. And this was when the monks who were there were literally thrown out into the streets, locked out of their home. This was back in 2010. For no reason, absolutely no valid reason, nothing, did they suddenly take an executive, illegal decision, entirely lock our sannyasis out of the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham. And when we later found out, we started to investigate why it was locked. We went to the district magistrate, who said that they never ordered this Kashi Sarvagna Peetham, the building, to be locked. And then we also went to the revenue department as well, and they also told us that they never ordered this whole entire attack against the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham, the lock of the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham. So who was it? Who was the ones who ordered it? Who was the ones who had literally trespassed in, kicked out the sannyasis, threw them onto the streets, and locked the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham in 2010? It was this anti-Hindu gang and the corrupt officials who had been paid in order to literally do illegal acts, literally go against the law and lock the sannyasis out of their very home. The trustees wrote letters under the Right to Information Act. They were not even told why they were locked out. And they wrote letters to the police station as to why this was happening, why we were entirely locked out of the Kashi Sarvagna Peetham. But they were replied that the police station themselves replied that
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, completing with everyone for the audio glitch and the technical difficulties. At around 10 p.m. on the 23rd April 2010, without any prior information, the police attacked and put a board of the Brahmanal Police Chowki police station in the entrance of the building and locked the entrance to the building. When the trustees contacted the local police station, it was told that because of the additional district magistrate order, the building is locked. The trustees wrote letters under Right to Information Act, whereby the Desamed Ghat police, dated 20 January 11, replied that they had not locked the building and that such an action could have been taken by the Revenue Department. When the trustees contacted the additional district magistrate through the Right to Information, it was told by the department that they had not issued any order regarding the same, and it was received in writing from his office in 15th July 2011. The DM, district magistrate, who is a revenue collector of the district, orders to lock the building and remove the trustees. No legal procedure followed. Based on this complaint, on the 16th November 2011, without following the legal procedure of sending a notice to the trustees of the Manikarnika Seva Ashram, Sanstha Kashi, or doing any further investigation, the DM passed the order to lock the building and remove the trustees. On that very day, armed police force attacked the monastery complex and kicked the innocent people, the loving, unarmed sannyasis, out of the building. There was no place available for the monks to stay. The police did not give any time for the monks to approach the judiciary, and further to that, they were threatened that if they make noise, they will shoot them and report it as an encounter. On 18th November 2011, the trustees went to see the DM and further requested not to close the functioning of the trust in the interest of the people and showed the trust papers to the DM. But they were kicked out of his cabin by the police and threatened to put the trustees in jail if they do not leave the city of Varanasi. Due to this atrocity, the monks staying inside the trust building had nowhere to go. Without food and a place to stay, the monks started begging and living on the banks of River Ganga. After being kicked out of their home, the sannyasis continued filing legal action and pursuing to get back the Kashi Sarvagnapita after it was connivingly stolen from them, even though the way it was stolen from them was entirely illegal and criminal. We, as the ASMT community, had only pursued legal methods to bring it back. We only pursued the right way to bring it back to its original rightful ownership. This continued for more than 7 years. Though the Sessions Court and the High Court had questioned the officials at hand for their actions and ordered that the trust be restored their property, the officials never respected the court order. In 2013, with the pressure from the commissioner and the DM, the society sub-registrar repealed the registration of trust, irrespective of the ASMT community members having the original trust deed documents and the court order. Once again, the ASMT community was at loss at how the most atrocious acts against them were happening when all the documents were in place. There was absolutely no basis for this action. And they had no other option. They once again appealed this decision. The High Court was given a stay order on the same, but at the same time ordered to maintain the status quo on the monastery complex. So even though the trust registration is restored, the trust is unable to conduct the socio-spiritual activities as no place is available for the functioning. Hundreds of beneficiaries have written letters of support on behalf of the trust, but it was not at all heard by the DM or the commissioner, and yet this case is still going on. In October 2019, in continuation of the fight for the right to practice religious freedom, the Honorable High Court of Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh, had summoned all of the officials on the 17th of October. It involved the illegal demolition of the Kashi Sarvajñapita. In an open contempt of the order of status quo by the High Court and in violation of the written commitment to the High Court by the authorities. This building is the sacred home to temple of Paramashiva, the library, the Gurukul, Goshala, and free kitchen. On the 25th September, around 25 people, many of them non-Hindu backgrounds, along with the officials from the Kashi Vishwanath Trust and Jnanavapi Mosque police officers, under the instructions of the CEO of Kashi Vishwanath Nyas Parishad, Vishal Singh, had illegally broken in to the Kashi Sarvajñapita premises in broad daylight. When our brahmacharis and sannyasis had confronted them and asked them to show if they had any official document or court papers to show, they attacked our brahmacharis and simultaneously continued to demolish the building, damage our deities, and attack our brahmacharis. The Kashi Vishwanath Temple CEO, District Magistrate and Commissioner of Varanasi have summoned by the Honorable High Court of Allahabad on the 17th of October to answer for their brazen illegal act. But what had happened was that all of the same officials had tried to demolish the building on 11th December 2018 illegally. And they had come in front of the Honorable Court of Allahabad and had given a written affidavit undertaken in not to demolish or touch the building. Going against the High Court's order, taking advantage of the weekend and the COVID-19 lockdown on June 6, 2020, judicially crippling the Kashi Sarvajñapita from going to the court or for justice, Vishal Singh and the police have taken law and order into their own hands, dismissing the orders of the High Court of Allahabad, which is the apex court of the state. The past 10 years, Vishal and others used the might of the police to mob lynch and detain the 3 innocent sadhus.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
ऐसा गिरा हुआ सामने वाला छोड़ देंगे तो आपको सारा साफ आ जाएगा। आपको परिवार कुछ नहीं रुकेगा ना, तोड़ेंगे तो परिवार कुछ नहीं रुकेगा, आप ही नहीं रुकेगा। उधर छोड़ दो, छोड़ दो, छोड़ दो, छोड़ दो, तोड़ो। इनको बाबा जी आवाज उठा उधर तोड़ो, तुम उधर तोड़ो, तोड़ दीजिए, कर दीजिए। ऐसा गेम हो जाएगा, सारा दिन हो जाएगा। बात करा दीजिए, जाइए कलेक्टर साहब से बात करिए, जाइए। आपको कुछ का किसका नहीं बदलेगा, हमें संस्था का बात करना बस।
कोर्ट में, हाई कोर्ट में है, बात चल रही है, सब पता चलेगा, रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं। जो भी तोड़ना है, जो भी करना है करो, हम हमारे उस हमें मार के जाओ, मर जाएंगे फिर पता चलेगा। जो भी जाने हमें मार के जाना पड़ेगा, हम इधर ही मर जाएंगे। ये मंदिर है बस, कुछ नहीं है। हम चलाओ यार, वो बोल दो भी, उनका फोन तो कंट्रोल करते हैं। हमारा महान जी से बात होगा, वापस देने के तैयार हो गए, कुछ कर रहे हैं तो उनको हम ड्रामा कर देंगे। समय भी देना पड़ेगा, गाड़ी बहुत दिया, गाड़ी हम दे रहे हैं आपको, गाड़ी भी हम आपको देंगे, लेबर भी हम आपको देंगे, हम आपकी पूरी मदद करने के लिए खड़े हैं। आप जबरदस्ती गाली गलौज दे रहे हैं, महंत हो गया, हमको गाली दे रहे हैं, बताइए आप गाली दे रहे हैं कब से? बहुत गंदा गंदा गाली दे रहे हैं, महंत हो गए। आप पता नहीं किस हिसाब से पूजा पाठ करते हैं, गाली गलौज कर रहे हैं। हम लोग सब अधिकारी इतने खड़े हैं, जेई लेवल के अधिकारी हैं, लेखपाल लेवल के अधिकारी, आप गाली गलौज कर रहे हैं उनसे महंत पुजारी होके, कोई तरीका होता है ये? देखने में तो सब लोग साधु संत लग रहे हैं। बात होगा कोर्ट में होगा, कोर्ट का कोई इज्जत ही नहीं है, इज्जत नहीं करता। इनके लगन दिवा दे व्यापारी को ना अबे एक लंबा घन ले लेना भैया। आगे आगे पूरा लाभ करके जाना।
मंगल मंगल नानक आ रहे लेके बहुत चीज चेंज साइड करवा
Going against the High Court's order, taking advantage of the weekend and the COVID-19 lockdown, judicially crippling Kashi Sarvagnapeetham from going to the court for justice, Vishal Singh and the police have taken law and order into their own hands, dismissing the orders of the High Court of Allahabad, which is the apex court of the state, and Vishal and others had used the might of the police to mob lynch and detain, where we don't even know, the 3 innocent sadhus of Kashi Sarvagnapeetham. At present, as you are seeing, 50% of the property is destroyed. In this video, you will see one of the sadhus sacrificing his own protection for the sake of the ancient Kashi Sarvagnapeetham, a sacred Hindu pilgrimage site. This building is sacred, and the hope for 2 billion Hindus worldwide brutally destroying to the ground by Vishal Singh and his gang of police and thugs. Sri Shantimaya Swami, a senior monk of the Kashi Sarvagnapeetham, pleads on live telecast before going missing for the lives of the monks, dwelling place, and the temple to be saved. He further adds that the operation to murder them all has happened since 1 a.m. while they were sleeping in the dwelling place of the Kashi Sarvagna. Officials brought in heavy operating vehicles at 1 a.m. and started breaking the huge property while these monks were asleep inside and uninformed of the demolition. It is evident that this is a Hindu holocaust. The officials were going to murder these ambushed sadhus and dismiss it as an accident during the demolition of the property. We were all shell-shocked by the news we just received during the live telecast an hour ago. As you are aware by now, it's many hours since our Gurubhais have been missing. We do not know where they went. What happened to them? The very fact that they have been crying and pleading, going live on Facebook, repeating that if they stop going live, we will be killed. Just moments ago, we were informed about the chances of what could possibly happen to our Gurubhais after being taken away, as witnessed by a local villager. The lawfare continues to rampantly.
जबरदस्ती ले गए हमारे सन्यासी लोगों को
लोग अपने घर बेचारे खुद प्रयास किए हैं।
कौन ले गया है? कौन? पुलिस वाले?
अरे पुलिस वाले भी थे, बहुत पुलिस आया रहा, सब फौज आया रहा, एकदम यहाँ पे सब कोई रहा रहा, फौज भी आई थी और सीएम क्या रहा, सीएम नो लड़कियाँ रहा, सीओ रहा, सीओ आई रही, तो उसके बाद जो है लेडीज भी अलग, जेंट्स भी अलग रहा और अधिकारी लोग रहे, वो सब सब लेके गए हैं। तो बाबा जी लोग बहुत प्रयास किए, बेचारे लोग लिए गए, आवाज देखे लोगों को, आवाज आ रहा था, उन लोग रो भी बैठे।
आप बताओ रात के त्योहार कैसी घटना?
हमारा घटना तो एकदम बुरा दशा, घटना को बोले क्या उठा के खड़ा था, आप जो है उसको बगल में कर लीजिए, हम खाली शौचालय करवा रहे हैं। हम बच्चे लोग को नींद में उठा करके ले गए, बगल में बैठाए। आपका सामान मिला? मेरा सामान बहुत सा दब गया था उसी में, तो मेरा बच्चा लोग उठा के शौचालय तोड़ते तोड़ते उसको भी तोड़ने लगे। फिर हम जो है गुस्सा के उठे, हम बोले भैया इसको जो है आप मत तोड़िए, जो है हम लोग रात में सामान लेने के लिए सामान दब गया, जो है सामान नहीं, मेरा पूरा सामान भी दब गया, उसका काफी सामान भी दब गया। मेरा
सारी हमारी मूर्तियाँ जो है वो जो जबरन यहाँ से लेके चले गए।
और उसके बाद वो सामान पूरा अपना हम सुबह उठे तो
अकेले हैं, 4-5 आदमी हैं, आप तो 50 आदमी,
तो बहुत सा आदमी
कम से कम 100-150
अब हम
मारे हैं तो मारे हैं,
हम नहीं देखे,
मारा होगा
आवाज
Just moments ago, we were informed about the chances of what could have possibly happened to our Gurubhais after being taken away, as witnessed by a local villager. Lawfare continues rampantly to destroy Hindus, Hindu gurus, and Hindu sannyasis. Sannyasis pelted stones so they are arrested, is what was projected in the news. Till now, it's been many hours. We do not have any trace of our Gurubhais. We do not even know, as we have never even seen them till now. The sannyasis were pelted stones so they are arrested. That is what this news clipping translates to. Till now, it's been many hours and we do not have any trace of our Gurubhais. These sannyasis were beaten to limp. They were all distraught with the multiple attempts of lynching. Yet on the paper it says they are pelted stones. Therefore, they are arrested. Our Gurubhais are not reachable on their phone. A lady witness who saw them last said they were beaten and put in truck and then taken away. Please watch the video of the eyewitness once again. She is the last person who saw them being beaten and carried to a truck and then taken away.
बात करिए स्वामी। हाँ हाँ, तो हमारी जो है सन्यासी लोगों को जबरदस्ती ले गए हमारे सन्यासी लोगों को।
लोग अपने बेचारे खुद प्रयास किए हैं।
कौन ले गया है? कौन? पुलिस वाले?
अरे पुलिस वाले भी थे, बहुत पुलिस आया रहा, सब फौज आया रहा, एकदम यहाँ पे सब कोई रहा रहा। पुलिस की फौज भी आई थी और सीएम क्या रहा, सीएम नो लड़कियाँ रहा, सीओ आई रही। तो उसके बाद जो है लेडीज भी अलग, जेंट्स भी अलग रहा और अधिकारी लोग रहे, वो सब कुछ हम लेके गए हैं। तो बाबा जी लोग बहुत प्रयास किए, बेचारे लोग ले गए। आवाज देखे लोगों को, आवाज आ रहा था, उन लोग रो भी गए थे।
आपको बताओ रात के त्योहार कैसी घटना?
हमारी घटना तो एकदम बुरा दशा घटना को बोले क्या उठा के खड़ा था, आप जो है उसको बगल में कर लीजिए, हम खाली शौचालय करवा रहे हैं। हम बच्चे लोग को नींद में उठा करके ले गए, बगल में बैठाए। आपका सामान मिला? मेरा सामान बहुत सा दब गया था उसी में, तो मेरा बच्चा लोग उसी में उठा के शौचालय तोड़ते उसको भी तोड़ने लगे। फिर हम जो है गुस्सा के उठे, हम बोले भैया इसको जो है आप मत तोड़िए, जो है हम लोग रात में सामान देने के लिए हमारा सामान दब गया, जो है सामान नहीं, मेरा पूरा सामान भी दब गया, उसका काफी सामान भी दब गया। मेरा
सारी हमारी मूर्तियाँ जो है वो जो जबरन यहाँ से लेके चले गए
और उसके बाद वो सामान पूरा अपना हम सुबह उठे था।
अकेले हैं, 4-5 आदमी हैं, आप तो 50 आदमी,
तो बहुत सा आदमी अब हम नहीं देखे, हम नहीं देखे,
मारा होगा
आवाज
and then published on national news as 3 thieves were murdered. So the nation would unsuspect the premeditated murder and blame the sadhus for their lives lost. And again, the Hindu Holocaust is untold to the world. The millions of Hindu diaspora across the globe are outraged and concerned about the fate of these sadhus. Would the outcome be similar to the mob lynching of the Palghar sadhus by the police, where 2 innocent sadhus were brutally murdered at the hands of the police by a hired mob, and then published on the national news as 3 thieves being murdered? So the nation would unsuspect the premeditated murder and blame the sadhus only for their lives lost. And again, the Hindu Holocaust is untold to the world.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
We invite you to our official Facebook page, KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. You will be receiving updates to the persecution on Kashi Sarvagnya Peetham, it is of utmost importance that you are informed about the ongoing Hindu Holocaust, and it is a dharmic responsibility to bring others this awareness. When one protects dharma, dharma protects it. Educating yourself and the people around you about the Hindu Holocaust is one of the ways to protect dharma. Just by listening and internalizing the Hindu Holocaust continuously, you will awaken to the ferociousness to move from inaction to action. It is the inaction of Hindus that has caused the Hindu Holocaust. The only way to protect Dharma is to stand with Dharma. And it begins with your association, listening, seeing, cognizing, and feeling. Therefore, we invite you to like and share KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam to be notified immediately. And please share the ongoing news of the Hindu Holocaust happening to your loved ones. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. I am sure by now a deep sense of responsibility. With that, we thank all of you for your time with us today. It is now time to await the Nithya Satsang from Bhagavan. Let us sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyanandeshwar Paramashivasamarambam. Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam. Asmadacharya Paryantam. Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus from all over the world, all the Sarvanyapita, Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Shri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanidar, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas, E-Gurukul students, Kailasas, NHU students, and the thousands of Paramashivoham Level 2 participants who have logged in from all over the world having Nayana Diksha, Inner Awakening graduates, all those watching us live on KAILASA TV, Enlighten app. I welcome every one of you with my love and respect.
Nithyanandam. The celestial celebrations of the celestial wedding of Shri Meenakshi Devi with Shri Somasundareshwara Swami is celebrated in the form of Chittirai Brahmotsavam every year. Tomorrow is the first day of the Chittirai Brahmotsavam, which starts with the Dhvajarohanam tomorrow. The Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham and San Jose Madurai Sarvajna Peetham are
It's a wonderful announcement, news. From tomorrow the Chittirai Brahmotsavam is starting. All over the world, we will be celebrating Meenakshi Parashakti's Leelas and her coronation, Kalyanotsavam, all the sacred celebrations, rituals, sentiments, powerful cognitions associated with Devi Parashakti Meenakshi from tomorrow. So now let's enter into today's satsang. Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA. Stop the Hindu Holocaust. I'll describe to all the Hindus all over the world the patterns with which the Hindu-phobic, anti-Hindu terrorists, anti-Hindu criminals, how they operate and destroy Hinduism all over the world in multi-level. I will present the patterns with which, how they function, the cunning strategies they adopt. First of all, narrative of the society. See, any society, how it narrates about itself to itself and how it narrates itself to the world. This narration is usually done by mainstream media cult and entertainment, cinema and TV cult, cinema and television cult. I'll call the whole thing by one word: entertainment cult. First, the anti-Hindu elements heavily pump money and take over these two cults, mass media cult and entertainment cult. Understand? In India, both the cult, more than 99% is already in the hands of anti-Hindu gang, anti-Hindu terrorists. You need to know that very clearly. Hindus need to wake up. Hindus need to wake up to the truth. Whole India, both mass media cult and entertainment cult, both are more than 99.9%, I can say almost 99%, is in the hands of anti-Hindu terrorists. People who are out to eliminate Hinduism absolutely. And please understand, they are working on developing this narrative, grand narrative, that everything about Hinduism is life negative, antisocial, need to be eliminated as early as possible. This narrative is getting built last 50 years, especially after independence. The mass media cult and entertainment cult, both heavily funded by anti-Hindu terrorists. Please understand. You can see in every level entertainment cult, directly, indirectly, subtly brainwashing everything related to Hinduism. I tell you, using mass media cult to influence and control people, a strategy used extensively by all aggressive civilization. Please understand. I wanted to remind all the Hindus once more. In some religions, if you get over-inspired, if you take that religion very seriously, you become missionary and start converting others, and you literally become missionary militant. You do everything for the sake of conversion. In some religion, if you take that religion seriously, get over-inspired, enthusiastic, you become terrorist, militant, and start killing people who are not ready to convert to your religion. The militant missionaries. Some religions make you missionary militant. Some religions make you militant missionaries. In Hinduism, if you take Hinduism seriously, if you are over-inspired, over-enthusiastic, excited about Hinduism, you become sadhu, monk, sannyasi, and start meditating. You go to Himalayas and work on your enlightenment. Missionary militants and militant missionaries both ganged up on Hinduism. But so cunningly they are doing it. Still, even sincere Hindus have not woken up to the reality and truth. They are getting destroyed all over the world, not just in India, all over the world. In India itself you are getting destroyed, then what about Pakistan, Bangladesh, or any other country? The only country you had as Hindu country in Nepal, you lost, Hindus lost Nepal also. It has become secular. Using mass media to influence and control people is a strategy used extensively by aggressive civilizations to subdue indigenous, simple, innocent traditions, to eliminate innocent, simple spiritual traditions. Hinduism is basically indigenous, innocent, simple spiritual tradition. These aggressive civilizations, once they succeeded in ending democracy and slowly they bring dictatorship and eliminate completely the other religion. It's a very elaborate, strategic, extremely violent and cunning. If you Hindus don't read the history and wake up, history is going to repeat itself. Don't be in the false idea, oh, Hinduism is Sanatana, eternal, it is not going to be destroyed. Fools. Just see, in last 500 years, the lands you lost. 1000 years before, you had 56 nations where Hinduism was a state religion. Then slowly, you started losing the land. Now you don't have any land, any nation. I can say you have one nation, KAILASA, Hindu nation, but it is borderless. Cosmic nation. KAILASA has embassy. Few countries have signed a diplomatic treaty, diplomatic relationship and treaty to have embassy. KAILASA is more a nation created to keep this Hindu grand narrative alive. So please understand how you lost the land. And don't think just because still some Hindu temples are running and people are going to the temples and coming, the Hinduism is alive. Be very clear. If you just even read the history 100 years before, the number of people, percentage getting initiated into Hinduism and studying Hinduism, either in Veda Patashala or Saiva Siddhantam or Vedantam or Smarta or Gaudiya Vaishnava, any one sampradaya of Hinduism, how many people used to take up Hindu studies 100 years before? See the percentage and see the percentage now. Without any doubt, I can say, now, people who take up studying Hinduism full time is practically negligible. Zero point 0.00000, maybe one in the last. Just few sadhus and few people in Hindu gurukuls, that's it. People studying full-time Hinduism is almost killed, eliminated, destroyed. I met another one, religious leader, a top person in Brazil. When I traveled to Brazil, it happened few years before, maybe 10 years before. Top person of that country, a different religion. So we were having conversation. He was very friendly. After 10 minutes of conversation, he suddenly revealed that he is from Tamil Nadu and Tirunelveli district. He started talking in Tamil and I was very happy to know that he is from Tamil Nadu, and he told me he reads my articles in magazines. In those days I used to write in Tamil magazines articles. And then the conversation became very friendly and very cordial, and 3-4 times he came to meet me. He's a very top person in his religion and hierarchy level. He is the topmost in the hierarchy in his religion in that country. Casually I was talking and he was also telling about what the activities they do, everything. And I said that I have a training center for monks and around 100 monks are studying in India, and every year I am expecting to graduate 100 people into monks and nuns. He said, Swamiji, I have a training center in Mumbai. I have 12 units only in Mumbai. Each unit has 3,000 people. Every year, around 30 to 35,000 youth graduate as nuns and monks and preachers from my unit, Swamiji. Whole India. After thoroughly studying various sampradayas, Ramakrishna Mission and Chinmaya Mission and Bhagavan Swaminarayan's BAPS Sanstha and ISKCON and various sannyas sampradayas, I am telling you, none of us have Sannyas Training Institute where thousands graduate every year. Yes, all of us have Sannyas Training Institute, no doubt. Hundreds maybe. Never 4-digit number. None of us have 4-digit number graduating every year. The amount of hatred, hate speech done on Hindu sannyasis, Hindu monks, Brahmins, the Hindu lifestyle after independence in India by mass media cult and entertainment cult has taken away the confidence of Hindus on Hinduism and studying Hinduism full time for living, practicing and preaching. Understand? The Neo-Hindus, last 2 generations, Neo-Hindus, they even developed a strong hatred on the whole Guru Parampara. That is the greatest achievement of the mass media cult, entertainment industry cult. One of the biggest milestones they reached in eliminating Hinduism. The Neo-Hindus, the anti-Guru Neo-Hindus are as dangerous to Hinduism as anti-Hindu elements. Because the Brahmin hatred and Guru hatred is enough to eliminate whole Hinduism. The mass media cult and entertainment industry cult is successful, making 80% of the Hindus hate Brahmins and Gurus by creating a strong hate speech campaign, persistent hate speech campaign for last 50 years. And building a powerful negative grand narrative about Brahmins and Gurus. Everything related to Brahmins and everything related to Gurus
is literally destroyed. The amount of hate speech. I tell you, the Hindu Varnashrama Dharma is the most beautiful. Science developed for a best stable society. At some time, the most life positive visionaries of the world, if they gather and sit and do research for 100 years, I tell you, the corona is destroying the old world order. Within next 3 years, the new world order is going to evolve. I hope the life positive, pro-life visionaries are going to gather, think and develop pro-life vision, life positive vision for humanity, and that vision will be simply Varnashrama Dharma of Manu translated in modern language. I guarantee the rishis and smritikaras, Dharma Shastra, Dharma Sutra, adhikaris, authors of Hinduism are the most life positive, pro-life. Even in administering law and maintaining the social order and protecting the women and children, protecting vulnerable people of the society in every level, the kind of the life positivity the rishis of the Vedic tradition, visionaries of the Vedic tradition, smritikaras of Hinduism. When I started studying the original verses without Max Muller's interpretation and distortion, I just fell for Paramashiva, the greatest visionary humanity ever has seen. I tell you guys, every principle is so life positive. I really beg Hindus, please read your original scriptures. Svalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate magato bayat. Even if you start reading, studying, internalizing, practicing little bit, Svalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate magato bayat. Even if you practice, study little bit, so much of life negativity will be removed from your life. Just few books, 108 Upanishads. Hardly it is 3 volumes. Motilal Banarsidas has published. Don't ever read Max Muller or Max Mullerian's translation. Read some Hindu sadhus practicing Hindu's translation. Simple translation of practicing Hindus. And simple. Manusmriti, Yajnavalkya Smriti, Parashara Smriti, Dharma Sutras. All just 1 volume, 2 volume books have become available now. You don't need to study voluminous works. And it's all available now in the internet. Even if you analyze, study a little bit, you will just fall in love with the life positivity of Hindu visionaries. You will understand Hindu Puranas are cosmic history. Not just, it is not mythology. You have been lied and brainwashed by mass media cult and entertainment cult in India and all over the world. The Hindu phobia is so strong. Even in the literature, the education circle, you will be surprised. Not even 1% of Hinduism chairs in universities all over the world is occupied by practicing Hindu. Not even 1% of Hinduism chairs all over the world is occupied by practicing Hindus. See the pathetic condition of Hinduism. Because Hindus have literally stopped studying Hinduism after independence. You guys have decided that IT job is the moksha, ultimate purpose. Yes. Move to US, IT job, home with a swimming pool, home with swimming pool and 1 wife, 2 cars, 2 kids. Great. Fools, you are losing your next generation. Criminals are those Hindus who are losing their next generation, who are not able to make your next generation practicing Hindu. You will incur the sin of destroying Hinduism. I beg you, give birth to 5 kids. You have enough money to bring them up. At least all the Hindus outside India. You all see, NRIs, I should say Hindus outside India is the richest ethnic community. Whether in USA or in Europe, Hindus in USA, Hindus in Europe are the richest ethnic community. Richest ethnic minorities. You are all capable enough, wealthy enough, give birth to 5 kids. You bring up 2 to keep with you and to take care of you in your old age. Give to Kailasa, to Gurukul, to Hindu Gurukul, to keep Hinduism alive. Bring them up till the age of 7. Send them to Kailasa for Gurukul. Don't try to advise me. Why don't you take all the orphan kids and bring them up, Swamiji? That is not that easy in India. Orphan kids are the right of other religions. A Hindu organization or a Hindu Gurukul cannot bring up the orphan kids that easily. And first of all, in India, you cannot run Gurukul. You cannot run Hindu religious education institutions. It's illegal. I have to struggle so much and wage so many legal battles to keep my Gurukul alive along with regular Macaulay education. I cannot run just a Gurukul without Macaulay education. It's law in India. Fortunately now, I've got a place where I can run Hindu Gurukul as per Hinduism. I have a religious freedom. I'm starting a Gurukul completely as per Hinduism. We will be teaching English, language, and modern day science, maths, all of it. But the Hinduism will be the main subject. And the whole Gurukul will run as per Hindu principles. And I cannot run with this kind of a syllabus and system in India. It is illegitimate. It is illegal. Just to run the Gurukul only, I have to create this Kailasa. Get a land outside India. Fortunately, we got it. I beg all the NRIs, all the Hindu diaspora outside India, you are all rich enough to bring up 5 kids. Give birth to 5. Keep 2 for yourself to bring up, and they will get married and live in the society and take care of you in your old age. Give to Kailasa's Gurukul. I'll bring them up the way you will feel pride about them. Teaching them all the Hindu enlightenment sciences. And I commit with you, I'll never forcibly make them sannyasis. I'll never forcibly make them monks. If they want to get married, I'll give them the complete option. I'll bring them up as best Hindu enlightened beings with the knowledge and experience and expertise of power manifestation, science, and all the best things Hinduism has given to the world. And they will be the spiritual fulfillment of humanity. They will be the guiding force of humanity. 28 million of Hindus are living outside India. 28 million means 2.8 crore. If you all decide to give 2 kids to Kailasa, to keep the Hinduism alive, I'll have millions of kids. And I commit with you guys, I'll give the best to the world. I'll give the best to the world. I'll make enlightenment as easily available to you as
Anacin, metacin, paracetamol. I'll make third eye more common than both the eyes. I'll make power manifestation as easily available to you as smartphone. I'll make Jnanaparam more cheap and easily accessible to you than Apple products. Hindus studying full-time Hinduism. Any one branch, you can take up Veda or Agama or Purana or Smriti. I know how the Saivavelalar families used to take up studying Saiva Siddhanta full-time. At least one person from family will be there, full-time studying Saiva Siddhanta. Either he will be sannyasi, tambiran, in some adhinam, or a grihastha, preacher, vidwan, pracharaka. But one person from a family will be dedicated to Saiva Siddhanta. But in the modern day, most of the Saiva Velalas do not even know the definition of Saiva Siddhanta. Temples used to be there. Greatest, not just worship altar or connecting with the divine, gods and goddesses of Kailasa. It used to be the largest, best hospitals, largest, best art flourishing centers. Whether dance, music, painting, sculpting, all the best things, and psychological healing centers. All the best things of the life used to flourish from temples. Otherwise, why will our great rishis and great kings, our ancestors, the most intelligent people, will build such large temples? I tell you, Tanjore temple, Tanjavur Brigadishwara temple is still the record unbroken. Unbroken record for last 1,000 years. Nobody is able to break that record. Even to visualize and comprehend that, it took 10 years for me. Still, I have not completely made the master plan. I had the desire that I should build a temple little bigger than that. I am only in the stage of conceptualizing and visualization. It took 10 years for me. With all the letter, this modern day 3D hologram techniques, methods. I'm using computers where I can just imagine, visualize, see anything in 3D. Even with all this modern day technology, it takes 10 years for me to grasp how Rajarajan would have built, but he built the whole temple within 6 years. To study and grasp and understand the science, it is taking 10 years for me now. And still I have not yet completely finished it. The hate speech, entertainment cult, the poison it vomits on Hindus and Hindu principles. Actually, last 2 generations, even Hindus have started feeling so much hatred towards Hindu principles and Hindu lifestyle. Hindus have started feeling there is something seriously wrong with the Varnashrama Dharma system due to this false narrative. Do you understand? Understand this one simple story. A small kid goes to Guru and asks the Guru, please admit me into the Gurukul. And Guru asks, which community, which Varna you are from? Not caste. Understand? Which Varna? There's a big difference between community and caste. Big difference between Varna and Jati. Which community you are from? Which ecosystem you are from? He says, I do not know my father's name. The Guru says, please go and ask your mother and come back. He goes to his mother and mother says, I do not know the name of your father. Who fathered you? The boy comes back to the Guru and tells, my mother says, she do not know who fathered me. And Guru's eyes as bliss tears, and he says, hey, you are speaking the truth. You are a Brahmana Varna. Please join the Brahmana Varna class. This story has multi-layer meaning. Means, based on the karma, the guna, the community was divided. Based on the birth, Jati was decided. And there were multiple Jatis in one community, in one Varna, multiple Jatis existed. For example, the Brahmana Varna, Kshatriya Varna, Vaishya Varna, Shudra Varna had multiple Jatis inside. The Brahmana Varna had multiple Jatis inside. For example, in the modern day, in India, how this forward community seal is given and the whole Brahmana Varna is denied all the resources of the nation. The whole forward community, all the communities classified as a forward community, we can take it as Brahmana Varna. Understand this very important thing. Brahmana Varna is not just one Brahmana Jati. Multiple Jatis were part of that Varna. So Varna is different, Jati is different. There were many people who were doing the job of the Brahmin of teaching the knowledge, were added as part of the Brahmana Varna. Brahmana Jati might have predominantly done the job, but Brahmana Varna is not Brahmana Jati alone. British studied all this very subtly and created absolute false narrative and made us believe their false narrative about us by constantly teaching the false narrative to us. Understand? Vaishya Varna is different and Vaishya Jatis are different. Jatis are usually from birth. Varnas are usually based on karma. Multiple Jatis unite and become one Varna. Same way, the Ashrama Dharma. I tell you, even Hindus do not study fully, and of course, unfortunately, this mass media cult and entertainment cult, so much of misinformation. Misinformation is not because of the ignorance, very cunningly, strategically developed misinformation, hatred, poison, vomited on Hindu Varnashrama Dharma. I will set a model Varnashrama Dharma in Kailasa and show to the whole world this is the best social structure. It is such beautiful system where the responsibilism is encouraged. The way you take responsibility for your life and others' life. Decides your Varna and Ashrama. Jati is more to support you to specialize in some field. See, Hindu society was based on specialization. A Brahmin specializes in that knowledge. So he has all the updated understandings and specialization in that field. He specializes everything related to past and updated current understandings and knowledge and new research and discoveries in the field of teaching. So naturally, anyone goes to him, gets the best in that field. Same way the Vaishyas, Kshatriyas. So the family by birth gives you specialization due to the ecosystem prevalent in the house and workplace. And then you can choose your Varna. Understand? Brahmins are also working. Kshatriyas are also studying. Shudras are also teaching. It's all absolutely interdependent. An amazing resource distribution. Only these four are resources: land, knowledge, wealth, weapons of a society. So, wealth was vested with one varna, knowledge was vested with one varna, land was vested with one varna, weapons and power was vested with one varna, and all of them are interdependent. If you study the original Dharma Sutras and Dharma Shastras, Smritis, you will understand what a visionary, a God. I just go gaga all over the way the Manu and other great visionaries describe their ability to penetrate into the human consciousness and the way human tendencies and the way human beings exist. And it is time, O Hindus, especially the NRIs, who have seen enough life, wealth, fulfilled in all your basic needs. It is time you guys wake up to the reality. We need to keep Hinduism alive if we want the humanity alive. Death of Hinduism is death of humanity. Hinduism needs to be kept alive, and Hinduism has really so much to contribute to the world in every field. Hinduism needs to be kept alive for humanity to be alive. Hinduism has a purpose. It should neither be diluted nor destroyed. Everything about Hinduism should be made legitimate. The Hindu judiciary, Hindu administration, Hindu economic principles, Hindu constitution, Hindu medicine, Hindu physics, Hindu astrology, Hindu astronomy, Hindu methodology of measuring time, Hindu chemistry, Hindu alchemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu sexology, Hindu sociology, everything should become legitimate. KAILASA is revived to keep this Hindu grand narrative legitimate, Hinduism legitimate. I request all Hindus humbly. I am not asking you your wealth. I am not asking you your hard-earned money. I am asking you, give birth to 2 more kids than your need. If you want to take care of you in your old age, give birth to 5. Give 2 to KAILASA to bring up in Gurukul, Hindu Gurukul. You give 2 to the Gurukul. Let one study to become professors in Hindu universities, where he will be grihastha, but making money, making livelihood by working for Hinduism and Hinduism related activities. Understand? I am only asking you, give me kids. We need to revive Hinduism. I am not interested in the overnight organizations, this modern day art of jinging, art of dunging, art of bunging, jing yoga, jung yoga, bung yoga. The overnight popular theology light. Ooh, laugh, love, little jing, jung, dance. No. I am interested in reviving the authentic, ancient, most authentic Hindu enlightened civilization. I am interested in building stone temples, which may take my whole life, but which will be there till the sun and the moon is alive. Sun and the moon is alive. Understand? I am not interested in building something today and enjoying my life and packing off. No. I am interested in building something which may take my whole life, but which will be there till the life of planet Earth, the humanity, till the life of humanity. If I am interested in enjoying my life, long before I would have settled in one place. I am after all now 42. I would have planned and strategized just to go with this theology light, go along with the flow, just to teach some jing jing, jung jung, little yoga, little meditation. Oh, you can chant anything you want. All gods are one and the same. All religion one and the same. Oh, nothing is wrong. Yeah, it's okay. Come on. And just sing little and dance little and be happy. And I could have done that drama easily and had huge wealth and followers and great name by the secular liberal media, would have promoted me and celebrated me all over the world as the peace ambassador, and even would have recommended my name for Nobel Prize. Yoga is secular, yoga does not have a religion. If all these ideas I also peddle and market, and spirituality does not require religion, all these ideas, if I am also peddling, I would have been celebrated by the Indian secular liberal media cult. I am not interested in that. I will be integrated, absolutely integrated to my gurus, Guru Parampara. Yoga as religion, it is from Paramashiva, Veda, Agamas, rooted in Hinduism. The fruits of yoga is for the whole world, but the whole world should know yoga is rooted in Hinduism, yoga as religion. I am telling you, Ayurveda as religion. There are many Ayurvedic medicines will not work for you unless you have the powerful cognitions of Hinduism. I am telling you, it is true. Somebody who believes the Hindu principles and somebody who does not believe the Hindu principles, for both give the Ayurvedic medicines and see, you will understand what I am saying. The person who believes Hindu principles, he will
absolutely recover using Ayurvedic medicines. Ayurvedic medicines will work miracles on him. Because when you believe the Hindu principles, your brain as its subtle grooves fully awakened. And those Ayurvedic medicines work on that part of your system which gives command to your body to heal itself. So whether yoga or Ayurveda, rooted in Hinduism, yoga as religion, Ayurveda as religion. Don't call Ayurveda Indian medicine, call Ayurveda Hindu medicine. If Ayurveda works same way for a person who has Hindu belief system and secular belief system, you can call that as an Indian medicine. I don't have a problem. But Ayurveda is fundamentally Hindu medicine. It works 100 times more intensely for a person who carries the Hindu cognitions and belief systems. Be very clear. I am talking about the fundamentals of Hinduism. And I am serious and responsible for what I am talking. The amount of damage done to Hinduism, even the modern day Hindus are not aware. You will be surprised, the neo-Hindus are as much anti-Guru and anti-Brahmins as anti-Hindus. They are not understanding Gurus and Brahmins are the roots of Hinduism. If you eliminate these two, Hinduism will be gone. They think the neo-Hindutva people, the neo-Hindus, they really believe they can keep Hinduism alive by eliminating Gurus and Brahmins. Fools don't understand. Gurus and Brahmins kept the Hinduism alive. Archavatara and Nijavataras kept Hinduism alive. Brahmins worshipping, keeping the Archavatara tradition. Gurus keeping the Nijavatara tradition. Kept Hinduism alive. Unique two principles of Hinduism is God descends in the form of deity in a specific place. Hindu temples are living place of living abodes of gods and goddesses, not just worship altars, theology training centers, education organizations alone, or it is not just prayer altars alone. It is living abode of gods and goddesses. That is why once a Hindu temple, the prana pratishtha is done, consecration is done, you can't move it, you can't sell it. The Hindu temple land loses real estate value. It doesn't belong to any more planet Earth or planet Earth's real estate market. There is no real estate value for Hindu temple. The second important principle of Hinduism is Daivam Manushya Rupena. God lands in human body
and manifests himself using human being and human identity. The Neo-Hindutva people, Neo-Hindus, does not believe in both principles, neither in Archavatara nor in Nijavatara. That is where the whole problem starts. They are brainwashed so much by the media cult and entertainment cult. Even the Neo-Hindus don't believe. They are as much as anti-Guru and anti-Brahmins as the anti-Hindu elements. Deadly combination of missionary militants and militant missionaries and Neo-Hindus ganged up is literally eliminating Hinduism from India. It's unfortunate, but the reality. I want international Hindu diaspora to wake up to this reality. Hindu diaspora need to wake up to this reality. The Hindu diaspora knows Hindus are minority. Still in India, Hindus are brainwashed that they are majority. Fools. Now the whole world is a global country. There is no such thing as individual country, especially after the advent of the internet and social media. We are all living in the internet. The world's largest city is internet. At any given time, 2 billion people are living there. We are all citizens of internet. We should call ourselves as netizens. In net, Hindus are minority. Wake up to that truth. Internationally, Hindus are minority. And in India, media allows, in the field of media, FDA is allowed. The deadly nexus of NGOs and media. Literally makes Hindus minority. Understand? Foreign direct investments and NGOs. Through that, the international majority religions pump in money, and even though Hindus are majority in India, they are not that organized. Indian Hindus, if you think you are a majority, you are a fool. You are deluded. Internationally you are minority. Inside India also you are minority. Anyone who has studied the whole international ecosystems will wake up to this truth. NRIs, the Hindu diaspora settled all over the world, knows Hindus are minority. So you can wake up to whatever I am saying easily. Please wake up. We Hindus are soft, non-violent, sweet people. Because of that, we are being destroyed brutally left and right, everywhere. Extremely cunning way. It is time. I am ready. And I am already sacrificing my life, doing tyaga, sarva parityaga, for this cause of reviving ancient Hindu enlightened civilization, KAILASA. And I beg all the Hindus outside India, Hindu diaspora all over the world, give me 2 kids from each family. It is time we start building next generation Hindus who understand the Hinduism authentically, originally, and revive, bring legitimacy to Hinduism in every field. All the Hindu diaspora, Hindus settled all over the world, it is time to wake up from the illusion and delusion. It is time to choose enlightenment pill. Stop living in delusion and illusion, not realizing it is the matrix. Wake up and choose enlightenment. I am not asking your money, I am not asking your luxuries, I am not asking your comforts. Actually, I am asking your kids. It is going to be more work for me. If I am working now 20 hours a day with more Gurukul Balasans, I will have to be working 24 hours a day, 24/7 a day. I am only asking more work and more responsibility. That's all. It's time to choose enlightenment pill. Stop the Hindu Holocaust and revive KAILASA, the most ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. Living and radiating the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda, the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda.
Nithyananda. Let's start the power manifestation. Let's sit straight. Start with the Sadguru Vandana. Let's visualize Bhagwan in your third eye. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvartitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, such a beautiful darshan, and Bhagwan has beautifully explained how Hindu diaspora all over the world need to understand how the survival of Hinduism is very important for our children and the future generation. It is not the currency of just money is going to help them. If they don't have a lifestyle where Achavatara, Nijavatara are worshipped, it is going to be impossible for them to experience the ultimate space of consciousness. For the purpose we are all here. With that space, let's start the power manifestation today. Let's first see what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is nothing but a cognitive shift and can infuse powerfulness into any action or state that we are in. It raises the frequency of our body and mind to the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita. Bhagavan beautifully gives us such a wonderful space to understand how the cognitive shift can happen, the identity change, how you understand when you are a kid and then you go to school, then you know you're no longer baby and you start getting off the baby things and you grow up into a child. The same thing happens when you grow up into a adult, and the adolescence and adult when you go to college or university. The identity has to shift. Same way, the maturity of understanding that this world is mithya, just a dream, and able to look at from the higher reality, the cognitive shift that happens in us, the raising in the frequency of the body and the mind, which is the ultimate powerfulness is the reason why we have come to the human body to experience the Turyatita state. And that happens as a glimpse during power manifestation, and it could become the reality when we start living as oneness of Paramashiva and manifesting our life. Here, Paramashiva, who's Ajomuha, beyond the formless and form, Satyojata, Vamadeva, Agora, Tatpurusha, Ishana are the 5 faces doing the Panchakritya, manifestation, sustenance.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Paramashivoham.
Sorry for the technical glitch. The Panchakritya constantly happen. Paramashiva himself, who has come down as Bhagavan, who is blessing all of us, initiating us into the ultimate reality. Here, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. He is an avatar and a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. He has made the science of power manifestation yoga temple-based university user-friendly for the modern world. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam survived the worst prosecution in multi-level by anti-Hindu element. KAILASA, led by His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam and his Hindu diasporas all around the world are working for the global peace 24/7, 365 days. His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam is a founder of Nithyananda Hindu University, which has extended campus in 150 countries. He is 293rd Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Shamalapita, Sarvanyapita and Swargapura Adinam, present Maharaj of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. Bhagavan has given the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas are the Veda Agamas, the Upanishads, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas, the Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanam are the authority of Hinduism. The scientists who have time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation, living in human body, experiencing the superconsciousness and expressing the superconscious space of ultimate reality. Atma Pramana. Atma Pramanas are the avatars, the gods and goddesses who land on the planet Earth as avatars, raising the consciousness of humanity. Here, Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar, personal experience of each power manifestation. He plays the Leela of a human form and human mind, how ferociously you can go beyond and experience and express the superconsciousness space. Shakshi Pramanas are the experiences of millions of disciple, devotees, followers initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Here, Bhagavan today has given the power of third eye, to experience the power of third eye in Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 50, Dharana 27.
Sutra 50, Dharana 27. Sarvata Swasharirasya Dvadashante Manolayat Dridha Buddhe Nidhi Bhutam Tatvalaksham Pravattate Sarvata Swasharirasya Dvadashante Manolayat Dridha Buddhe Nidhi Bhutam Tatvalaksham Pravattate.
So beautifully, Bhagavan has given the translation. From all sides, take the Shanta. Bhagavan has said there are 12 Shanta in our body. such as the center between your two eyebrows. Just dissolve your mind in the third eye, which with a strong, constant, restful awareness. That person who does this is Drida Buddhi, the one who is established in the firm strength of undivided awareness, just like an undisturbed air. To him, the characteristics of existential reality of supreme consciousness appear and manifest firmly, which do not subside at all. Bhagavan has given the Vakyasa, thus 48 hours, to make us understand, to dissolve the mind constantly when we are seeking for the higher reality, who we are, which is already happening in us, which is already the way, natural way how we exist. When we ferociously break the boredom and tiredness, simply the third eye falls into the strong, constant, restful awareness. The Drida Buddhi, to be stable and holding that space of 48 hours when Guru says that Drida Buddhi, that restful awareness, simply manifests as reality. Bhagavan beautifully says that one who is established in the firm strength of undivided awareness, to him the characteristic of existential reality of supreme consciousness appear and manifest firmly. Again and again in this sutra itself, twice it's mentioned strong, constant, restful awareness and firm strength of undivided awareness. Again and again, bringing our awareness to the highest reality, the Turiya state, heightened intelligence, and experiencing the oneness with Bhagavan, the Turiyatita state, and manifesting our reality is the way we exist. Bhagavan beautifully said, I'm going to make third eye more common than the two eyes, and all these power more common than the app that you have in the phone. Simply all this is going to happen as reality in 10 years or 20 years. It's going to be only power manifestation is what Bhagavan is bringing us to the reality, and bringing our kids for that purpose is the ultimate reality that we understand to the beautiful science, the Pramanas are. So, who was blessed to see all the thoughts, concealed, place, night, day, everything, he was the and he got blessed and for 19 days to see through third eye. In Mahabharata, Bhishma Parva 06, section 15, it's beautifully mentioned how Sanjay got initiated into third eye. Vyasa blessed him to see at a distance, hear at a distance, and narrate the whole incident to Dhritarashtra. They were so lucky that Bhagavan Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, was also seen and recited by Dhritarashtra. There were 6 of them who experienced that oneness, and Sanjaya, because of this gift, he was able to see Bhagavad Gita here and narrate the whole thing to Dhritarashtra also. Such a beautiful happening which happens in reality, in the physical form. And all of us could experience this when we connect to the highest reality. Bhagavan, after one of his homa, when somebody took a simple cell phone, he found that Bhagavan's third eye was more like a moon there. And same way you can see a child who was initiated by Bhagavan. His millions of devotees were initiated in the third eye. This child third eye was also shot, and to show you third eye is real and all these power manifestations absolutely real. The science, Pratyaksha Pramana, is catching up, and we have done a scientific study in IIT Ahmedabad and many other places and proved how the science is real. The Shakshi Pramanas, here we have Amma from Canada, who has said that she was exactly able to see the card and draw the pictures, and it's absolutely matching whatever the diagrams that she saw. The colors, the pictures simply appear to us when we are in oneness space with Bhagwan, which is more real. We have one more devotee who is saying she was able to use the book and see beyond from the source is you, and exactly that appeared in the book, and she was so amazed to see the words appearing slowly and slowly in her third eye. Now we are going to take a book, or if you have a partner, that's wonderful. First, let's get a thick rope or thick something to tie your eyes, something which can block your eyes. Because once we have the eyes not tied, they simply start opening up and seeing how they train the lazy eye. In the doctor, they have, like, for the kids, one of the eyes, the lazy eye, and they will stick the one eye which is very prominent. Same way, if you stick both the eyes and let the third eye to recognize what is to be recognized, simply it opens up to the reality. So get a band which is like dark or something which can cover your eye, and not too tight, but gently tie your eyes with a dark band so that basically no light enters to the two eyes. And ask your partner to project the book or paper. If you don't have a partner, you can take a book and just start seeing through the book, and whatever appears, write the page number, write the details or draw the details, and after you finish, just go to the page numbers and check what has appeared for you. You can just open and just probably mark in the pages that you are reading, and then you can check up. So we are going to have 11 minutes cycle of Mahavakya, and we are going to chant Mahavakya and oneness capsule, and we will start having a pen and paper. Whatever reveals in our third eye, just keep a note of it. You don't have to think whether it is from your mind, whether Bhagwan is showing you, whether it is correct or not. Like a kid, just whatever appear, keep on drawing and writing down. At the end of the cycle, you will be amazed how many things you got it exactly right. Bhagwan will take care of showing you the reality. Now let's sit straight with the head inclined in a straight line, remembering Bhagwan. Again and again, the remembrance is liberation. Bringing your awareness to your third eye. Constantly we are in the Mooladhara or Swadhisthana, the fear greed. Raising it more to the third eye, remembering Bhagwan to the third eye is liberating itself. An absolute unclutching, high mature cognition, how Bhagwan said, the Brahmana Avarta. The most important is to understand that what we are experiencing in this world is nothing but the Mithya that Bhagwan says. It is completely not the reality what we are experiencing. It's like how the wave is trying to build a castle but not understanding it is part of the ocean. When it merges the ocean, not only a castle, it builds such a beautiful ocean current itself. So absolute unclutching from the world that you are in, and only Tyaga, during the Tyaga is not giving up but understanding your higher reality as the ultimate purpose, and Dridati, that Paramashiva is your only strength. Now declare complete integrity with Bhagwan and be in the oneness space. Bhagwan's darshan, Bhagwan's smile, Bhagwan's initiation. Hold that beautiful space in your inner space and raise your frequency by chanting the Mahavakya. The Mahavakya mantra that Bhagwan has initiated is the passcode which puts us into the higher reality. So constantly chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening. Your whole being should vibrate with it and contemplate on the great truth that Bhagwan had given. And remember Bhagwan in your third eye and chant the Mahavakya. Hold the oneness space continuously in your inner space. Have the restful awareness, strong, constant, restful awareness. And simply the revelation will happen. And whatever Bhagwan reveals, write down in a book and you will see simply it becomes a reality. Now let's start the cycle by chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let's start the oneness capsule and chanting Mahavakya.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda
Nithyananda. So beautiful. Whatever Bhagavan has revealed, just verify that authentically. Our manifestation is not logical, but multidimensional logic. It's not binary logic. So authentically verify whatever Bhagavan has shown and what is that is there in the book. If the partner has shown, ask them for the details and verify it. And we are going to do another cycle, just not the colors, letters, words, pictures, numbers. You can read a book and get the sentence also. Simply through your third eye, you can download anything beyond the five senses that we are educated in the schools. How the school system has completely made us believe that we can only learn from the five senses what is taught to us. Bhagavan beautifully reveals our higher potential of possibility to get just download. Adi Shankara was 8 years or 9 years who chanted the Kanagadhara Sostra. Same way, Prahalada was 5 years who could chant anything. All the great masters simply were able to reveal beyond what they learned is because they knew that they can simply download when they connect to Paramashiva, the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva. Now take a book or if your partner is able to show, that's wonderful, and start reading the book. If your partner has not finished, you can show it for your partner and they can read now. And simply you will see the whole thing getting revealed. So again, remember Bhagavan in your third eye. Again and again, bring Bhagavan in your third eye. Simply he will reveal it to you. And cognize what Bhagavan has said, Dhrida Buddhi, the constant strength, the strong, undivided, constant strength of awareness. Restful awareness, who we are, the source of all the five senses. Bhagavan is making us understand the higher reality and the very purpose why we came to planet Earth. That is the most important wealth that we and our children need to learn and grasp the higher reality. So let's sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in our third eye. Let's do the second round of third eye reading. Have a book, tie your eyes, make sure there is no light coming inside your eyes. Sit straight with your head, neck and back in a straight line. Remember Bhagavan in your third eye. Constantly contemplate on the great truth that Bhagavan had given and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll have a 10-minute cycle.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eye. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, so beautiful. Whatever Bhagavan has revealed, please share that. After verifying authentically, share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, when you share, that is when all these understanding becomes your cognition, The cognition shift happens when you go on telling your new identity that you are Paramashiva to millions of people. You yourself will understand that you are Paramashiva. Till then, we are only in the understanding phase. When we share and cause others reality, that is when we start living that space of reality. So make sure you upload the picture, the powerful cognition into tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. If you're not manifested, if you're yet to manifest, write the experience how you are manifesting it. It is not that 100% it has to be accurate when you start studying. We have different levels and we slowly grow into the perfection. So when you start manifesting, you receive one letter, one word, one color, one picture. That's more than enough to understand that you have started manifesting the power of third eye. Bhagavan said, even once you have rolled a coconut in your palm, I have touched your depth of power manifestation inside you. So even the little things that you manifest, you go on telling the millions of people that how you manifested the reality. Simply you will see in few weeks that you will be manifesting huge powers, causing others' reality as ultimate reality, bringing them to Satsang, making them do power manifestation is the ultimate reality where you expand into the conscious space. More and more, Bhagavan says, causing literally puts us into liberation. He gives us all the possibility to manifest the reality. Now it's our turn to take up the responsibility to share and cause others' reality. All this, let's surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, whether we have manifested or not manifested. All the power manifestation and powerful cognition, whenever you surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet, we raise to the higher frequency and more seeking starts happening in us. The more we are seeking for something, the more what we are looking for becomes us. So beautifully Bhagavan has given the Vakyasadhas. Continue the Vakyasadhas and see you in the next power manifestation. Now let's ask Bhagavan to make this third eye as our reality with a deep gratitude and oneness space. Now let's sit straight, visualize Bhagavan in your third eye, and let's complete this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Don't miss the Kailash Courtyard manifesting past sessions that Bhagavan himself is initiating all the disciples and the power manifestation or Vakyasadhas. Thank you, Nithyanandam.